Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Today we are starting Endwalker, a brand new expansion. It's time once again to join a new story. I hope you're all doing well. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. A lot of you waking up early in the morning. How does it feel? I have turned the tables. I'm the man who used to wake up at 7 a.m. to stream this game. Now a lot of you are waking up at 7 a.m. to watch it. I've flipped the script. I'm wide awake. We're ready to play a new expansion. Estinien and I are very excited about it. We've been building up the tension before we get into this one. So keen. We did a little in-between stream last time. 72 was catching up with some Hildebrand adventures. Good old Mandeville. So what we ended up doing is essentially finishing off the Realm Reborn element of his questline. There is still Heavensward Stormblood for us to do, and we'll get to that eventually. But we are here to begin a new expansion at our 73rd Final Fantasy stream. I'm very excited. I hope you're all excited too. This will probably be like a 4-hour stream. We'll see how we go. I'm battling a headache. It came in the past hour, so I've taken my painkillers, so it should be fine. But I'm excited for a new story to develop, especially with how Shadowbringers patches were wrapping up. Grahatir is here, Estinien is here, and he's part of the group. Alphino and Alice may or may not be getting some outfits at some point. We'll see. You have to ask, have I seen the Endwalker title screen? Were you here for my last stream, Philippe? I think you were. You would have seen that the stream began with the Endwalker title screen. So yes, we did sit it on that title screen. No trailer reaction. We do not react to the cinematics because it is a blind playthrough. So we're going to experience the expansion together, and then at some point later on in the expansion, we'll watch the trailer. That's what we did for Shadowbringers. It'll be doing the same thing here as well, just to remain as blind as possible. But yes, the Endwalker title screen looks gorgeous. We're going to talk to Alphino, and it is the next ship to sail. Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. It's a special day. It's a special day. It is my second to last expansion of Final Fantasy XIV. Let's keep that in mind. The next one after this is Dawn Trail, and Dawn Trail's patches are still coming out at the moment. I'm getting close to catching up to where the main story is. We're going to be on the same page. That's going to be crazy. What am I going to do? We're going to have to still do like maybe a stream here and there just to play the game together, but here we go. Let's walk to the end. Let's accept. Are we ready? Are we ready, chat? Are we ready to game? It's going to be wild. Never forget, Alphino got disowned on Father's Day. Yep. It's also one of the last things that happened. It's crazy. No healer class. I have a Dark Knight and a Dragoon. I do not have a healer class. I was thinking maybe I'd get the Sage class, which starts at 70, and then level that one up a bit. Maybe I'll have to do some off-screen dungeon crawling and level up with the server, potentially. That's an option. But I only have a tank and a DPS class at the moment. Apologies. Alright, here we go. Omega, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite, together, assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Yes, leveling up Reaper, there's potential for that too, because that seems to be a class that was introduced in this expansion, considering what we know of Xenos, which was a really cool scene as well. Xenos is counting down the days, the hours, the minutes, the seconds, until him and I cross swords once again. For the purpose of efficiency, I'd recommend handing in quests as your Dragoon until it catches up to your Dark Knight. It's a very good idea, and I'll probably switch to Dragoon for that. We'll see how we go. But yes, Sage and Reaper being new to Endwalker, they may be the classes that we decide to level up. Now remember, chat, blind playthrough. Let's restrain ourselves on spoilers and information and alluding to things. I want to go in as blind as possible. You all want those reactions. Let's not spoil it for everyone here. I know that we can get very hyped and very excited on the first, foray into a new expansion. I'm very excited as well. But let's remember to keep ourselves respectful of the environment here. All right? Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. Here's the catch-up, previously on Shadowbringers. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephoroi. The Telephoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist the tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. I love this theme music. As you know, the Telephoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Yegalvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Our dear friend, yes. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telephoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only a prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. And Grahatia sneezed all over the place. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I am sure of it. Master Forshano's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Forshano! Sorry to interrupt. I've just received word from Mistress Krile. Guys, the new music is hitting! We're getting it constantly. Let's go! New expansion, new music time! She says that arrangements for your visit has been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. It's happening. The Piani. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. We're gonna go hang out with Alphino and Alice's dad and say, you suck. There's so much going on in this music in terms of like excitement and anticipation, but there's also an ominous vibe to it. It feels good. This is a very nice piece of music. How's the audio balance between my voice and the game chat? Is it good? I'm using this music as a test for it. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. My dad disowned me. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to hang out with dear old Papa. I'm sure he'll really love that. Oh, new quest accepted music as well. Right. Yes, it's all new. Oh my god. Oh my god. The gang has arrived. Someone's dead. Someone he die. Alright, I'm out of here. Speak with Tartaru in Limsa Lominsa. Let's go. Yep. Is this what you want to see when you join a new place? You want to see some sort of weird, like, muscle suit and a furry. Ah! Who's... Oh god. I've been given a frog. Who gave me a frog? Who are you? Ah! Lalafell gave me a frog. Oh my god, I'm being chased. Guys, who's the Lalafell that's chasing me? It's a Lalafell that's chasing me. They gave me a frog. Can't they see I have a green chicken? Jesus. Scary. Scary, guys. I'm not here for that. We got an independent mender in here? No. I can't go back over that way. I'll get in trouble. I always forget the jump scare of just existing in Limsa. It's terrible here. There's people everywhere. It's not like Gridania. Gridania is nice. Everybody likes Gridania. If I request you a repair, you give it 200%? Alright, let's go. Bet. How do I do that? How do I make that happen? I might have lived in Master Batoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for others who lived most of their lives there. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to have given you the grand tour under happier circumstances. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the Indigo Deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominsa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. It's like a homecoming for a lot of characters here. I love the new expansion, new location situation as well. This is going to be fun. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. 'Tis a rare experience for most Discardians. I never thought I'd see the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Very nice. Alright. I'm going to click on you and go request repair. I can give you a reward. Where's my money? Can't even see how much money I have. My money. How do I look at my money? Where's that? Where's my cash at? No, not say goodbye to Mount Flight. Not say goodbye to Mount Flight. No! Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm stripped of all of my belongings. Alright, I've requested it. Whoa. well, so it's at 200% now. Thank you. New currents to find with our compass. We'll get onto it. You know, we'll be ready. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Control C. Thank you, Mercury. Alright, vibes.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinien? Sir Estinien?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company.
Call me bro.
Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinien. Painfully well.
Better.
Call me dude, bro. Come on.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan! It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
I got a question. Why hasn't Tartaru given Alphino and Alice new clothes yet? They're departing on a journey. It's going to be too late. Why haven't they gotten updated clothes? Tartaru, please. You're supposed to send them on their merry way with fit check. Just everyone's
And
staring.
so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
We're all just on the ship, just staring at them.
Destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
This is the voice of Emmett, is it not? Emmett became our new narrator.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Ooh. Okay. Cool. Map. Oh yeah, we get to travel to a new place. We're moving on the map. Old Sharlayan. It's the boat arc of Final Fantasy XIV. It's doing the music. It's doing the music, chat.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
Not even a bedroll, man. Just cold hard floor.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
We're just feeling the vibes, but only us. We can hear the voice, but Graha can't. What's going on? And we saw the and we saw the woman, and we're seeing the woman again. Okay, what's up?
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last, my warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I can trust your words no longer is crazy. Especially with, like, everything that happened. Such an interesting couple of dialogues here. You're like, hey! Don't you remember Shadowbringers? Why now, Hydaelyn? And where's Minfilia?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal.
You were summoned.
Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
God damn. Yeah, Crystal Mommy has a good voice. So she's only, like, appearing to us. She only has, like, enough power to, like, appear to us. Can't summon us into that fancy rift anymore. I assume there will be an explanation as to the lack of, like, a Minfilia appearance for Hydaelyn now. And it's Hydaelyn has, like, her own actual being. Or physical manifestation.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff, though.
I see the mask, though, on the
And a good morning
chest.
to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Nah.
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
The music.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinien said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
The vibes are immaculate. This is so sick. It's the music in the background while they are all just like, we're your family now, all right? Screw your dad. We have a title reveal. Endwalker. Oriange and Thancred, your two gay dads. Take it or leave it. He's better than that other guy that disowned you earlier.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Krile has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Time to immigrate!
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldesion at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
The stressful nature of entering a new region. Are our passports in order?
Ishtola rule.
Magic book.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
That's a computer.
Now, who do we have here?
Oh.
Alphino Leveilleur.
Last name. Oh, we're doing the last names. Okay. Oopsie. Chat, I'll get to your messages in a second.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yeah, we're having a fight on Father's Day.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Cool Boy Squad checking in.
Name and occupation?
Champion of Eorzea, warrior of light, warrior of darkness. Sometimes both, sometimes neither. But in this occasion, I guess I may be an artisan. I love art.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I adventure.
And you, sir?
Estinien Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
He needs cr-
If you'll allow me.
He's my butler.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Can you explain the gap in your resume for sure?
Mistress Baldesion, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Hey, at least we're not getting pulled into a random room and getting interviewed for 12 hours. We made it.
Krile, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Estinien was like, fuck, I did not think this far ahead.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Amazing. The suspicious looks from our immigration officer there, but we got in. There we go. All right, let me catch up on chat because just for those of you who may not be aware, if we're in a cutscene, I'm not gonna be talking with chat until the cutscene is over. So let me just scroll back up a bit. Hidden Red Zone, if you're still here, thank you so much for tuning in, dude. I appreciate it. And so glad you're enjoying Expedition 33. Mass Effect and Alien Isolation was one hell of a period of time. 2021, so good. Alien Isolation 2 hype, dude. It's gonna be so fun. The Archon marks them as a scholar of Sharlayan and not a scion. There's often some confusion. Yeah, it makes sense that they would get identified as Sharlayan with that in mind. Neil, I hope you're enjoying the Silent Hill 1 playthrough. I'm so sorry that you have to go through that. 2020 Apocalypse is not for the faint of heart. I wish you good luck. Carts Mage, I am an artisan at heart, okay? I don't need to have a crafting job. It's fine. Alright. Thank you. Let's talk with the gang. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Speaking of Silent Hill 1, excited for the remake? Yes! So excited that Bloober Team got the green light for another remake. Very keen, because it means, if it goes well, Silent Hill 3 remake, and then Silent Hill 4 remake, and then they can stop there. Unless they want to remake all those other ones and make them better. We'll see. Why is there no Silent Hill channel in the Discord? Because it would not... It would be empty. The truth of the matter is, you can't have a channel for every game because they just don't get enough traffic. There's a lot of other channels that are kind of on the chopping block in that sense, and ones that I have had in the past, like the Halo channel and stuff like that. Those channels, they died. They died. But not every game needs a dedicated channel, you know? Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium. Yes, in fact, Oh, but we really should let Krile have her say first. We can continue this conversation another time. Crystarium vibes. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning and be denied entry after all. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Omega. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, The city feels untouched by time. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights, not to worry, Omega. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. This is so cool. So, new hub world is really fun. And it's there, like, where they come from. That's a really great location idea for a new expansion, is going back to the Scion's homeland, essentially. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming to port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Oh no! Mobius, I forgot. Alright, that's alright. Hold on. Yeah! I'm a dragoon now with my boy. Look, matching outfits. Couple of dragoon boys. Don't mind the height difference. I make up for it in other ways. Alright, I'm level 80. Should I start eating my eggs? Whoop! Egg. Experience, and we're getting money again because it's main quest stuff. Alright, we're back to being a dragoon. Chat. Double dragoon. Cryo sweeps the Scions with a speculative look. Yeah, if you're watching this stream and you're not in the Discord server yet, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get in there. Get in there right now. And like the stream while you're at it, guys. This is the Endwalker beginning stream. I see at least 77 viewers in here and only 30 likes on the stream. Please support the stream. I'd appreciate it a lot. That would be very nice and kind of you to do that. Yeah, I've had those eggs since A Realm Reborn. The stock is getting a little low by now. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Omega and Estinien's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the levee or estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Guys, new hub world, new Aetherite crystals to go to, new Aether currents, no flying. We're getting back to basics. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. Urianger is going to go hit up some old flames, I bet you. Because he may look like a nerd underneath that coat, but we've seen his biceps now. There's no hiding it. He's going back home. He's like, I'm going to hit up a couple of previous dates. I'll see you later. What of you, Estinien? My services as a guide are yours for the taking. No, I prefer to do things on my own, thanks. I'm a lone wolf, you know me. Lone dragoon hours. Yeah, that won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. I'm a lone wolf. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Ah, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Omega. Sharlayan awaits. I like the quest accepted jingle. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Hang on. Let me go give Luffy his cool Final Fantasy name. Where is he? Luffy. Yeah, that's right. If you are a cool little Final Fantasy gamer and you're in my Discord, you have a unique role. Just in case I need to ping the Final Fantasy 14 gamers. Luffy has now been branded. Max, have I ever thought about doing a series on Final Fantasy 3/6? I assume you're talking about that amazing American thing that they did where Final Fantasy 3 was 6 and Final Fantasy 2 was 4. We didn't have that over here. None of that silly nonsense. So I am planning to do a Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 playthrough at some point. It will be done. I'm very excited to play the classics, as well as Final Fantasy Tactics releasing in September. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be very, very cool. Queue time to enter Endwalker was in the thousands. Yeah, this is why sometimes it pays to be late to the party. Mo, you're in the middle of watching my Zelda series. What's my favorite Zelda? Well, that's the true question, isn't it? Are you asking what's my favorite Zelda character? Of like, which Princess Zelda is my favorite? Or which Legend of Zelda game is my favorite? I would say that my favorite Legend of Zelda game... Twilight Princess is... I feel like it. I do feel like Twilight Princess is my current favorite. My favorite actual Zelda is, I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. G'raha is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. In the event you use the Aethernet, G'raha will catch up to you, so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave G'raha behind, however, by entering a different area. You may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have G'raha accompany you again, return and speak to him at the original location. While G'raha is accompanying you, next try speaking with Krile. Whoa! Whoa! Revan would love this. You follow me. I have... Oh, wait a second, chat. Whoa! Two of them! Two of them! And one's getting crushed all the time. Two of them! That's great. So if I just travel somewhere else, he'll eventually catch up to me. Mobius has given me a Petalotus whistle. Knock. Okay, Mobius, thank you for my whistle. Shall we see what it looks like? I can now summon the Petalotus mount. What the hell is that? Oh, it's the shark! I can't summon in town. I freak everyone out. I got the big street shark. Hell yes. Thanks, Mobius. Street shark hours. I have seen the gang with it. It was an intimidating group. Alright, so we got some scholars over here. This is the gathering. Let's have a look. We got some, got some studious people here. Is this an emote? Or is this a specific class and then you're using your fancy books? You nerds, get a spear. Get a spear and do stuff. You nerds. Who's Astrid Bastion in the chat? Make yourself known. Who are you? Reveal thyself. What is this? What is this little guy? Shadowfax, welcome. Unfortunately, I can't travel with a party of more than 8. It'd be nice if they could. I wonder if we'll start to get more viewers in like the next few hours or so, because I think it's like early in the morning, and usually I think when I did my Shadowbringer stream for episode 1, that was like very early in the morning for me, and I think we had over 100 viewers for that. So we'll see if Endwalker later on brings that same energy. But thank you so much for being here, by the way, chat. I really appreciate it. It's very nice of you to show up. Yeah. I flipped the script on everybody and I said, I want to know what it feels like for you guys to be waking up early and playing this game. It's 12:30 a.m. It's midnight at the moment. Let us be on our way. Our first step, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Whoa, what's going on here? Krile is also now accompanying you. Lead your 2 companions to the last stand. Wow. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Fuck yeah. What the hell? That's fun. I gotta just like look for bonus conversation points. That's such a nice addition. It like, this feels like Final Fantasy now. You know when you have like party members and they follow you around? That just feels like Final Fantasy now. That's good shit. I like that a lot. And they walk at a good distance away from you as well. It's not like Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII is quite funny in that regard. Discuss the storage facility. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan in the same way it is in Aosia. This place is called the Peristyle and is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Yes, if you're not able to play, but you're still able to watch and hang out, all the same to me, I'm really grateful for those showing up for a new expansion. This is so exciting! I got more dialogue! Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thavnirian. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thavnirian Stoa. so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prized the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thavnirian was chosen as our patron deity, it was more of a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Big statue. So I guess there's these, and then there's where we're supposed to go. Do the bubbles pop up when we get closer to them, or is it just those are your bubbles? I think that would make sense. It's just you can see everything at once. It's pretty fun though. You get some good world building that way. I really enjoy that. I'm grateful to have Kryle's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it with all new eyes. Come on, let's head to the cafe. May not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. We're here. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaves, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but surely Tartaru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Ah, gimme me burger. Alright, Dickon. Welcome to the last stand. This is the final, and some say only bastion of fine dining. We guarantee a quality culinary experience found nowhere else in the city. Dickon Burgers. That's what you should call this place. What do you reckon? You reckon that's a good name for a burger stall? Dickon Burgers? Beautiful. Look at the food graphics. Look at the polygons. Look at whatever that is. What do you think that is? Ooh, look at that wrap. We got some big sandwiches. That's a sandwich as big as my head. Where are the burgers? I was told there was burgers. I ain't seeing no burgers. I'm seeing a collection of everything but. Okay, where are we moving to next? Head to the Aetheryte Plaza. This music is gorgeous. It's just immediately relaxing. Anything that's got that pan flute vibe immediately wins. Oh, that's such a gorgeous looking Aetheryte too. Wow. Mobius would be so proud of me right now. I'm attuning without being reminded. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. I don't need you to tell me. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Let's go. We got some optional conversations. Are we just getting a new theme as well? We're just getting another new theme. Is this triggered by the time of day or the location that we're currently in? It's the night theme? Oh my god, we got the guitar coming in. Oh, it's so nice that we've got new music, chat. Soken will always deliver us a gourmet meal. So good. Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tartaru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. The Confluence. There's something really nice about the Final Fantasy XIV music that feels perfectly within the identity of Final Fantasy, like it just, you have heard this before but you haven't, sort of feeling. You're like, this feels so right. And as soon as I said that, Zip was right on the money. Exactly. Quintessentially Final Fantasy. Like, you're just listening to it and you're like, this is Final Fantasy music. And it's not in like a repetitive way of like, it's new, brand new, but it just feels so right. These little open-air bookstores are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I'd visited other nations. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse where you like, but we won't wait around for you. Ah, perhaps I'll return here later then. Good morning, Dex. Welcome to the stream, my boy. We're waiting for Dex to play Heavensward, chat. Peer pressure him into doing so. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Nice. Weekend's been pretty chill. It's a Sunday, so still yet to experience the Sunday part of my weekend. But it's been good. Saturday was chill. I had a big sleep in, played a bit of Expedition 33, went out for a drink or two, and now I'm back home, ready to do a stream for a few hours. All in all, I'd say a pretty good time. What have you been getting up to, dude? Expedition is game of the year, so get onto it. I thought Death Stranding 2 might be Game of the Year, but now I'm not so sure. Galleon, in the most respectful way possible, you may be the, like, 790th person to say this exact thing, and you don't have to tell me. I'm doing some optional content because I want to, but I'm not doing everything. And a recent patch with the game literally added new challenges to increase enemy health and all of that kind of stuff to offset those concerns, so it's not even an issue. You don't have to worry. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Vow were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Nice. We got Endwalker, we got Expedition 33, we got Near Replicant. It's a good trilogy of things to be playing at the moment. I'll say that. Starting another new game soon, and starting other new game soon as well. So, also doing my Apocalypse Game Day streams coming in the next couple of weeks, where we're the first game that we're going to play to completion in that whole stream is Bastion. And that's going to be an all-day playthrough. I'm looking forward to it. Same Apocalypse playthroughs, same Apocalypse channel. You're not allowed to leave. You understand? The Bastion stream in the next 2 weeks at least. It'll be in the next couple of weeks. This music is so peaceful. It's about to put me to sleep, and not in a bad way. I'm just like, oh man, nighttime theme? Alright, see ya. It's gonna be my new lullaby. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. Now that is a great little way to link it all together, because earlier he was like, this place looks familiar, doesn't it? So the Crystarium was built with the Sharlayan influence in mind, thanks to Graha. And bit by bit, there's a few buildings grew into a town, a community. The Crystarium, can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with a fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Expedition 33 is not finished yet. No. I have recorded and am in the process of putting together my 26th episode of that playthrough. Still going strong. And episode 20 just dropped today. So I'm about like 5-6 episodes ahead of that. And Near Replicant episode 8 just got uploaded of that, and I've recorded 13 episodes of that, and I've recorded my first episode for another game coming to a channel near you soon enough. Are there other Squaresoft and Square Enix games I'm interested in playing on the channel? Absolutely. I have a big backlog of them. Like Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, Final Fantasies 1 through to 6, Final Fantasy Tactics, playing through Nier at the moment, which is also Square Enix. Vagrant Story is another one. What else is Square Enix? Lost Odyssey is not Square Enix, but it's like what people consider to be like the Final Fantasy 13 that we never got, so I'll throw that in there. Parasite Eve and Parasite Eve 2. I also got to play those as well. That sort of 90s Squaresoft era is going to be so incredibly fun. And I think once I start playing one of them, it's going to be playing all of them consecutively. It's going to be like, that's the floodgates, you know, of going and playing through the 90s of Squaresoft and some other Square Enix stuff. Xenogears as well, yes, that is also on the list. The Bouncer, yeah. There, the Bouncer. I have this on my shelf for some reason. So interesting. This guy, because he just looks like older Sora. He just looks like Sora if he put his hair down a little bit. It's so interesting, this one. The only way that I even found out that the Bouncer existed was because in Kingdom Hearts 2, there's a couple of characters that have like a reference to it or something on clothing. And I think I bought this for like $10 like years ago. So that'll get played eventually. I think it's a fighting game or something. I don't know. Sora if you went through a punk phase, yeah. And there's some like non-Square Enix games that are also from the 90s as well, like Legend of Crab Rangoon, Legend of Dragoon. Haven't played it yet. It's on the to-do list, but we'll play it. Valkyrie Profile. Haven't played that either. Yeah, so we'll literally get treated to just everything ever. Haven't played Earthbound, and even though that's not Square, it falls into that category of like that, just that like 90s, early 2000s era of playing video games. JRPGs are going to be on the channel until I breathe my last, you know what I mean? Have not played the Guna game. No, I have not. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nyam-Krepf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials in the older Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you, Omega. Lovely. Okay, we're heading down this way. Optional dialogue. Skies of Arcadia. Do I have that on my list? Probably. In my Discord server chat, if you are in the Discord server already, you're probably aware of this. In the rules section, which is, you know, one of the first pages you get introduced to when you join, there is a pinned message in there underneath the rules. That is my backlog. That is, will take you to an Excel spreadsheet, which is my to-do list, essentially, of video games. And it is, it's pretty much 400 games long, because some of the entries are just series, like the game, like this series, you know. It's pretty big. So it's going to be like 400 games long. And then in that video that I uploaded recently, the new series announcement of the Apocalypse Game Day, where we're going to play short games from like 4 to 10 hours on a stream together for the full day. That list alone is like 100 games long, 107, I think, the last time I counted it. So if you think about this, chat, I've put 107 games on a backlog wheel spin list for us to play once a week. That is 2 years of content. That is 2 years of content. Just that list of 107 games. So I don't know if I'll add to that specific list for the Apocalypse Game Day streams, because that's 2 years of content. It adds up. So we'll see how we go. Final Fantasy 1 is not on that list of short games because Final Fantasy 1, along with all of those other Squaresoft and Square Enix Let's Plays, those JRPGs, they're going to be pre-recorded playthroughs, just how they usually are. But there is a list of other, just like more shorter games that are a little, you know, less intensive and have a bit more fun on stream with them, you know? Especially, there's a long list of PS1 games in there, which is kind of the cool thing I'm excited for. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right, we crossed this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. I see a little thing for me to click on, though. What happens if I am unable to finish a game on the short games list? I have said that there is a possibility that there could be a part 2 stream. Whether that would end up being like the next day or the following week, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but on the off chance that I do not complete a game, we'll come back to it. We'll keep it going until it's done. Because if I left it on the wheel, if it came around again, it could come back in a week, it could come back in a month, it could come back in a year. Big fancy pants Levailleur estate. Look at this. Look at this rich family shit. Crazy. Will I start the Persona series with Persona 3? It seems like it'll be the most likely option. Starting with Persona 3, then probably playing Persona 4, and then I'm going to have to deal with the people that say, play the original Persona, play the remake, play the random other version of the game because it has a specific scene with Squinkle Dork and they have this cool conversation that isn't in any other version. So that'll be a bridge that we cross when it happens. We'll probably just be playing the remasters of all of them. Persona 3, 4, 5. Will they remake Persona 1 and 2? Maybe. I think they did put Persona 1 and 2 on the PlayStation Portable. I don't know if those were remasters or just ports, but you know, I'd like to experience the origins of the series as well, for sure, just to see where it came from. It would probably be the new Persona 4 that just got announced because, let's be honest, chat, I'll give you a very realistic answer here. I probably won't be playing Persona for a really long time. Sorry. I will tell you as well that while I am really enjoying Nier, and I'm really enjoying a lot of other games that I've played on the channel, not a day goes by where I look at the mirror and I say, Apocalypse, why the fuck haven't you played Final Fantasy VI yet? Why the fuck haven't you played Chrono Trigger yet? And I say that, and these are my daily affirmations. I get in the mirror and I wash my face and I go, why the fuck haven't you played this game yet? There are games on my personal to-do list that are so important to me and ones that I have been waiting to play for my whole life, and I haven't even played them yet. Because we just get caught up, you know, we just get caught up in the playthroughs. And I'm having a good time regardless. I think that's the thing. I'm never going to complain about it because I'm very lucky. But it is just funny that there are these games. Like, I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance as a kid, and I haven't played the original Tactics. You know what I mean? And now the new one's coming out. Well, not the new one, but the little remaster's coming out in September. And that's going to be exciting. We'll play that. So when it comes around to, hey, would you like to sink hundreds of hours into Persona? Probably not going to happen until I get through all of those Final Fantasy and Squaresoft experiences, you know? No worries, Wonky Lonky. Kingdom Come Deliverance actually was almost the playthrough that beat Nier. Kingdom Come Deliverance and Nier Replicant were like tied, and they kept overlapping each other on and off for like the whole week. But Nier Replicant won by a few votes in the end. But welcome to the community. I hope you enjoy your stay. Kingdom Come Deliverance I'll play eventually as well. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldician Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. These, like, location names in this place are wild, like Phenomenon and Journey's End and all of these other descriptive titles. Inside with you, then. Apparently, the Final Fantasy Tactics remaster has some elements of the War of the Lions PSP port, but it doesn't include the additional things that War of the Lions added. I don't even know what that is, but it seems like it's more of a remaster of the original game, and I think there's going to be like pros and cons to playing War of the Lions or this new Evil East Chronicles, because Evil East Chronicles has goddamn full voice acting now that they've added or something, and I think they're adding some other unique things also, so it's gonna be tough. Here's the thing with Square Enix: they're gonna release a game and they're gonna go, hey, remember the Game Boy Advance exclusive content? It's gonna remain exclusive to the Game Boy Advance. We apologize, you know. So there's never a definitive version because they'll have to sell you another slightly more definitive version later on that's missing something crucial. So you have to own the game like 3 separate ways. That's how they get you. This music is delightful, by the way. I'm back, and I've brought Omega and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Omega. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Sunjika. It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Oldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Krile and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telephoroi fail. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. New inn to rest in. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourselves at home. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that they would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Oh, I felt that nod. I felt it coming. Bastion is not today Netherrealm because in that video, if you may have missed it, I said in a couple of weeks. I said, hey, there's this new thing coming and it's going to be coming out in a couple weeks' time. So this is a Final Fantasy XIV stream that we do twice a week. And this is the first episode of the Endwalker expansion. So Bastion will probably be in 2 weeks' time on that weekend. And that'll be scheduled on the live tab. If you're in my Discord server, you will get notified. My Discord server allows you to have YouTube and stream notifications turned on, so you will get pinged when I'm going live or when new streams are scheduled. So it's a way to keep in the know. Otherwise, with YouTube Live, you'll have to just check my page and see when streams are scheduled. Bruce Golds, I'm glad you're enjoying Replicant, and thank you so much for joining me here for Endwalker as well. Suikoden is on the list as well, Caster, on my backlog, and Konami have announced remasters of 1 and 2, which is very good for me, because that'll probably be the version that I get around to playing. Same with those Dragon Quest games. I've never played those. I think those may also be on the list because I love Akira Toriyama's art style, so Dragon Quest is probably something I'll check out eventually. They've done some remasters of those earlier games. And on that same note of the Akira Toriyama style, there's Blue Dragon that I haven't played, and also Sandland, which came out recently. So those are some other games with Akira Toriyama style that I would like to experience. Do you have papers pasted on the walls of your room? It was not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Baldessian and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. We're around 89 viewers, chat. We could potentially hit 100. We're just going to need everybody here to share it to their family, friends, their enemies, their lovers, their brothers, their sisters, their grandparents who are currently in an old folks' home and have nothing better to do than to watch me play Final Fantasy. You've got people. You've got people. Convert your enemies into your friends through mutual love from Apocalypse. It's possible. Will bring us all together. Mentions Akira Toriyama, but no mention of Tobal number 1. I'm going to learn about something today, chat. I'm going to Google Tobal number 1. Oh, it's a fighting game. Okay. It's a 1996 fighting game developed by Dream Factory and published by Square for the PlayStation. It's a Square published game. It features characters designed by Akira Toriyama. There you go. I think I may have seen this game before. Maybe. But yeah, mid-90s fighting game with Akira Toriyama character design is actually kind of sick. I'm looking at the artwork right now. That's real fun, actually. The only issue that I have is you look at these really cool mid-90s character designs and go, hell yeah, that looks awesome. But then it's a 90s PS1 game, which means that the character designs are in really terrible early PlayStation 1 3D. And all of that art direction is lost. All of that is gone. Because you're like, hell yeah, Akira Toriyama artwork. Now it's in a horrible 3D. Terrible. They should have made that a 2D fighting game. Oh, look at the map on here. Look at this room. Needs a little bit of opening up here. We've got boxes everywhere. Whoa. Who's that? These are all the notes and sticky notes and things on the walls that Graha was talking about. So awesome. Hey, yo. Yo, the Mog King. Look how cool that is. That's fun. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Urianger has arrived from his date.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
He was kissing.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
He was kissing.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
Low poly map,
Her missive
pixels
describes the
everywhere.
sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
High quality 4K texture right there.
In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnirian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnir on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Very nice. And it is pretty smart though, splitting the player base so they don't blow up one zone. Because when did Endwalker release? When did Endwalker come out? It was 2021, wasn't it? Because I think Endwalker came out while I was playing a Realm Reborn or Heavensward stuff. Because I think I remember the the streams, the queue times in the morning when I was trying to get on was a little tough. Because, yeah, I think Endwalker came out. So I did feel the effects of the queue a little bit sometimes when I was trying to stream. But I think I was lucky because I was doing early morning streams in Australia, so I wasn't getting, like, peak time. Alright, let me just scroll back up in chat a little bit. Interesting how Konami wanted to make a comeback after their terrible mistakes in the 2010s. It's very interesting. Konami basically had a wake-up call one day and went, oh, money. Yeah, shit. Here's the thing to keep in mind with Konami, is Konami aren't a video game developer and publisher primarily. They do a lot of other stuff, and a lot of it is like the pachinko stuff, like gambling, and they have so many other elements that just rake in cash that the video game development industry, not on their radar. They'd had some failures there. They were taking significant losses. It was not financially viable. I don't know what happened. I think it's come up with a couple of interviews with people in that space associated with Konami and the video game world that just went, here we go, and they pressed the button, and we have started seeing remakes and new games, and we're in like a Silent Hill renaissance now. We are getting new Silent Hill games, remakes of Silent Hill games. Metal Gear Solid is getting a remake at the moment, and who the hell knows what could potentially happen. I think we had passionate developers contacting Konami and trying to get them to do something with it, and that's how we got the Silent Hill 2 remake. So as much as Bloober Team caught so much like hate at the start, because everyone was like, Bloober Team, they delivered. They helped push Silent Hill back into the video game space, which is absolutely incredible. And now Bloober Team are working on Silent Hill 1. It's amazing. Crimson, do I plan to open my Final Fantasy packs and sell my cards? Probably not. I'm a collector, first and foremost, over a seller of cards. If I am opening a set of cards and I end up getting a card that I just know I'm not going to play, like I've done that before with Yu-Gi-Oh! I have sold like high money Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards because I don't play modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's a headfuck. But I like collecting the older nostalgic Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. In terms of Final Fantasy, Magic the Gathering, I would probably just keep the cards, even if they were big money cards, because they just sit in my collection nicely. Same with my Pokemon cards. I'm definitely just a collector. Yeah, Silent Hill F looks absolutely amazing. I'm really keen to see more of Townfall. That's Annapurna's Silent Hill game. Really looking forward to that too. If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We'll need to dig deeper and with the greatest of care. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. The process by which Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. But fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. Tristan, welcome to the stream, my dude. Though I have read much on the subject of rods at Han, this visit shall be my first. 'Twill be interesting to see how the Harnish mean to contend with the Tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavnir. Sorry, hang on, Thavnair. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Are we doing a boys' trip? 2 dragoons, a gunbreaker, and an astrologist hang out. They go to Thavnir together. Four v 5. They got 5. I got 4 over here. Should we go with this group? Thavnir with the boys. We got a Amra Lassie meal. Thancred is eager to set forth for Thavnair. Am I saying it right? Thavnair? Alright, we're going with the boys. It'll take a few for me to get it right, yeah. I have Krile's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Just the word of Thavnair just feels like a tough one to say. Someone will say it soon enough. We're just going to abbreviate it. We're just going to call it Thavnair. We're going to Thavnair. Thavnair. Good old Thavnair. That's where we're going. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetherite, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krile was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Estinien, summon a dragon, and then we'll ride it together. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Oh. Thou will recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Yep, I did think he was going off to hang out with old flames, and it turns out he was getting a little bit upset over his old flame that we met, and that just makes me sad now. When Urianger said the Confluence, thou say, I literally refused to make the joke because I'm like, oh no, this looks like it's going to end up being a sad thing. And indeed, it is a sad thing. A new side quest over here as well, the hunt for specimens. I'm gonna have new society quests as well at some point. I can't say half the names in Dawn Trail. We'll see how that goes. Look at all these crystals. Sharlayan's really nice so far. We're still exploring the city. Oh, now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Krile of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the livestream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. I don't have to be reminded to attune every time I enter a city. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherytes, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other over in Yedlymad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with the Radzat, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherytes were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift in the live stream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Haha, Mistress Krile truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject. Master Wolfson and Mistress Bloida not present today. Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Not time to deliver those words yet, Ryanje. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Okay, did some good pronunciation so far. Good to know. In case you were wondering, the Aetheryte still functions like a normal one. It's just been upgraded to allow unattuned travel. I'll see you there shortly. Interesting. Are we scholars or are we going to the beach? I'm so confused. The words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart. I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnair. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I would trust in Krile. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
I was saying it right. Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Is this just Ishtola's voice actor again, but speaking at a higher pitch?
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Soaring through the ether. Whoa. And then we're going to end up in a different world.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
We're going to end up in a different one of the reflections, aren't we, guys? And there'll be a different Ascian there, and it's all over. Just basically doing her Sarah voice again. Was I right, though? It feels like it. Okay. Look at that. Check that travel out. So far away now. Bloody jet setters.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads Athan. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh, weird. There's my ethereal sickness. And he's gonna be just fine.
What chance?
Oh my god, all of these different little musical themes. Emmett's narration is so good. It's so interesting. Welcome to Final Fantasy India. We're on the beach. We've got Besaid happening. Back to Besaid. Oh my god. Taken out.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Absolutely incredible.
With Krile's instructions.
This music is so Final Fantasy VII.
Don't let Estinien roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
I'll go after him. One dragoon to another. This has just like that perfect, silly, whimsy vibe that some of the themes in Final Fantasy, well, a lot of Final Fantasy games have, but I'm particularly getting a 7 vibe with like the drums and like the clicking in the background. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinien in time? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. No stopping. Our champion. Now, quickly, find Estinien before he... Durian J has gone non-verbal at the function. Oh my god. Whoa! All this here needs to be brought straight to the piers, understood? Amazing. Next, you're going to pull out a shoe puff. Oh god. Well, this is funny. I have ether sickness. Where is he? There he is. Ah! Rides the Shupov? You're really bad with money, Estinien. Stop! You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. By the Manusya, a traveler. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special armor lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnair, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low, low price of 19,800 gil. Not for 1, not 2, but 3 bottles, a bargain amongst bargains. The classic getting immediately swindled because you're a tourist. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinien, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinien and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Estinien, I know I'm short, but stop looking over me. Stop looking over me. No! I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait. I shouldn't buy the lassie. The merchant is swindling me. Oh! Sincerest apologies, sir. I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. Whoa, where am I putting my hand? Sorry about that. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Stand in front of Estinien and deny him, and then put your hand in his pants. Come on, Graha, let's head back. Graha is on the boys' trip, by the way. As you can so wonderfully see, Graha has come with. Special Umbra Lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients. Let's settle those unruly stomachs. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Estinien, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Tartaru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. I love this theme. Oh, dude, every single piece of music we've heard so far has been exceptional. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Hey, we're ponytailed. Aye, I've bound it. It is the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's Thavnirian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did you pay for it? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Remember when Alphino emptied the goddamn bank for a sword? Oh. I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnair as its dominion, the nation of Radzadhan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Harnish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzatan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant, doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've naught to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlymad? Excellent. We didn't get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. And I get even more Amralasi as a result. We'll speak with our boys. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose. It had fallen loose after the chirurgeons removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. I love that he's like, hey, I used to have my hair tied up, but I got, like, whacked, and so my hair tie, it came loose. I'm just reading what you're saying at the moment, Olu. Not to bring up some earlier Discord stuff while we're on the stream, and I appreciate you explaining and bringing stuff up because nobody knew what was going on, so it did kind of come out of nowhere for a few of us, so I do appreciate that. There are some people in the Discord specifically that were made very, very uncomfortable with what took place and that sort of event, and I think it wouldn't be fair on them, if that makes sense, if you can understand that, because I think that there would probably be people that would leave the server as a result, just due to what took place. And I understand your explanation, because, I mean, psychosis is a scary and terrifying thing, and I hope you're doing better, I genuinely do. I don't know if coming back into the Discord community is the right choice, but you could probably reach out to some people that you spoke to. I can let them know if you want to talk to some people specifically. because I know you had some Yakuza-related conversations in the server. But I can do that tomorrow. But I hope you understand, and I hope you're doing better. We're going to continue with this one. On low tide, his stomach behaving once more. Thancred is ready to get back to work. Right, let's split up and make inquiries in town. Omega, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Quest accepted. We still have a couple of dead people. They have yet to wake. Alright, gather information in Yedlymad. We're learning. Galleon, I think it probably best that you just don't speak on it because you don't really know the circumstances, and I would say that it's not helping. Alright, chat. Let's continue with Final Fantasy XIV, shall we? I'm going to go over to this crate of fruit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. Quefaraz. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared in Narunair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives, thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us? Only the gods know. No worries, Olu. Take good care of yourself. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit. I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could have been worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at Saltwind Sails, the harbour guild, building across the water from here. I don't know if they would have been very rude, Tristan. I think that something I will acknowledge is there has been occasions where new people joining the Discord have not been met with the courtesy of being a new person to the Discord and get kind of thrown into the chaos of people's in-jokes and people behaving in a certain way that isn't very, like, welcoming. And that has happened, and I have kind of addressed that and tried to handle that as it comes up. So I apologize if that's happened to you when you're in the server in regards to trying to get Patreon privileges. I know that's something that people have asked for when it doesn't work when they connect their Discord account, and sometimes people make jokes of it. It's a hard thing when you just like enter a room of random strangers and people forget to be welcoming. So I do apologize for that experience, because I try my best to make that a very welcoming community, but it's people from all different walks of life and social interaction, and it's a tough thing to manage at times. Oh! Oh! The Dalmaskans aren't coming! You can't just throw Dalmasker at me. I love Final Fantasy XII. The Dalmaskans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Yeah, but this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Dalmaskans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Harnish favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal, I do. Which is why I regret saying I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. He's an adorable little elephant man. He was... Pay attention to him. He just wanted to meet with Kalzal. If foreign vessels won't come to us, why not use our own to deliver the wares to them? It's not so simple, Kalzal, and besides, everyone is in the same boat. Everyone. Okay, just the casual Dalmasker mention, though, is crazy. I'm like, are you serious? Zaf, is there a way to get the Final Fantasy XIV roll? It's one that I just hand out manually. I bestow it upon you, like a little medal. I pin it on you. So let me have a look. Have you joined the server? just now, or have you already been in the server? Let me have a look. Let me have a look at you. I see you. I'm assuming it's the exact same picture and username, because that'd be crazy. If not, there you go. You should have the Final Fantasy XIV squad now. Dalmasca is Final Fantasy XII, yes, which is fucking cool. The Final Fantasy XII playthrough is going to be crazy on the channel. Just you wait. The Rabanasta PTSD. Because you want to know the exciting part, chat? I've only played Final Fantasy XII on PS2. I haven't played the Zodiac Age that implemented all of the new cool stuff. So that's going to be awesome. And I love what I can remember of Final Fantasy XII, but I haven't played it since I was a very, very young boy. A very young boy. Actually, you want to see something cool? I might have to dig around for this photo. It's somewhere in my saved stuff. I'm gonna show you something embarrassing but genuine. That's a good way to describe it. Embarrassing but genuine. And I think you can't get any better than that. I need to figure out where this would be. Let me see if I can find it. I had a mother that was good at taking photos sometimes during birthdays or Christmases and stuff like that. I did get Final Fantasy XII for a birthday, and this was in a phase where my mum was pretty keen to only take photos in black and white for some reason. You could just take the photo in color and then turn it into black and white later. But for some reason, this is a black and white photo, so you'll have to forgive that. Let me try and put this somewhere. I have found the photo. Now I will proceed to show it to you. Only for a little bit. Alright? It's like I said, it's embarrassing. Alright, let me bring it up on screen. This is God, what year was this? This might be me at 11 years old. I think this is me at 11 years old. There you go. Yes, once I was a child and I had hair on my head. That's me enjoying Final Fantasy XII on PlayStation 2 with a strategy guide. There it is. I was very happy. I got Final Fantasy XII, and I was also gifted Final Fantasy VIII on PS1 for the second time, because I played Final Fantasy VIII as a kid, and I took it to school one day because I would go to after school care and they had a PS1 there, and I took Final Fantasy VIII there because I would play it in my after school care on my PlayStation time. And once when I took it to school, a kid, crazy overactive kid, ran right into me while I was holding it. I dropped it on the ground, and Final Fantasy VIII has 4 discs. Disc 4 snapped in half. I shit you not, disc 4 snapped in half, and I was at the final fight on disc 3. And we were not a well-off family. Mum would put money aside all year for like Christmas and birthdays to be able to get something like Final Fantasy VIII. So I did not have Final Fantasy VIII, and I was not able to finish that game for years. And then I got it for this same birthday. I got Final Fantasy VIII and 12 at the same time, which was just fucking amazing. I love my mum so much. And that night, that day of my birthday, I stayed up until 3 in the morning playing all of Disc 4. I played and finished Final Fantasy VIII at the ripe age of 11 or 12 or whatever that year was. I think it was 12, and it was just fucking amazing. I finally got to finish Final Fantasy VIII. That was awesome. So there you go. There's me getting Final Fantasy 12 for my birthday. Be gone. That's probably one of the least harmful photos that I could show you of my childhood. So just be grateful that it wasn't worse than that, because it could be worse. Kid didn't pay you back for the broken disc. This is the Wild West. This is primary school. There was never a chance in hell of that happening. What was that? Nothing. There's no laws in the Wild West of childhood at school. No way. We're all like fucking 8 years old and clueless. You know, our parents are getting divorced, or they're splitting up, and we're all just trying to learn weird maths, and we're enjoying Final Fantasy VIII and playing Pokemon after school, and getting robbed of our Yu-Gi-Oh cards by the older kids. It was the Wild West. So here's Matsya, a sweet, adorable elephant. Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Archali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. I should probably check this gear. I think it's, I think our item level is above... It's not. Not for some of it. This is actually good item level upgrades here, chat. Okay. Oh, do I want to use it for... I guess I'll use it for Dragoon. We'll do that for the main story. Why not? Dragoon is making a comeback. Oh my god, RM90, I'm so sorry. Your super chat came up at a time where I was distracted. I was looking at some other stuff. Don't worry. It's still pinned at the top for me to have a look. I do apologize. Thank you so much. I don't know what that currency symbol is, so let me look that up right now. That is... Indian rupees. Thank you so much for the 1,000 Indian rupees super chat. And to answer your question, I will play Divinity Original Sin 2 at some point in time. To give you a timeline of that, I'm going to be playing Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Baldur's Gate 3 Dark Urge, and then if I go to Larian's earlier stuff, I will probably be playing Divinity Original Sin 1, and then Divinity Original Sin 2. So you're going to get fed for a while, but it will be a while before Original Sin 2. Hope that's okay. I'm showing off my slutty little shoulders. Holy shit. We're upgrading. Look at my cutesy little dragoon spear with flowers on it now. So here we are, guys. Don't need that. Go away. Tree-toad ingredient. Why? Why must you be this way? I need to put all of this. I need to sort my stuff again. My inventory is going to get too problematic. But we have a cool coat. And my shoulders are out. For someone who doesn't play MMOs but loves Final Fantasy, is this game worth getting? I would say yes, because this is a Final Fantasy game first and foremost, and you can play it single player, to be honest. And even when there's the multiplayer content, it's not too hard to play. You might even want to have some other Final Fantasy friends that you can make in the game or in real life that will do some raids and optional content with you, because that storyline stuff is top tier. I would say yes. It'll take some time. You don't need to do a lot of grinding or anything like that. You can just play the story, pick a character and just go through it. That's pretty much what I've done. I've dived into more optional stuff recently, and it's been amazing. But it's definitely worth it, I would say. Okay, I need to see what I'm doing. I'm getting a little bit distracted today. We've had a few things come up in chat. I'm going to just take a short little bathroom break, and then we shall continue. But liking this little outfit, getting my shoulders exposed for the hotter weather apparently. I'll have to do glamour dresses stuff in my own time again, fix it all up, but we'll do that soon. Have I ever thought of creating my own video game? I mean, I could daydream and imagine that. I probably never will, because that whole effort would be too much, especially for the vision that I would have for creating a game. What type of game would it be, though? It would be an RPG for sure, but it would be too much of an undertaking. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. Thank you for your patience, chat. Sorry, I fell in. Let's continue. Matsya regards you nervously, a fisherman's friend. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say? You travel the world, helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Krile, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know and we can bargain at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. I've never seen that notification before. I've never seen the, hey, this cannot be skipped, so cancel your shit, dog. I hate that. What's going on? Why is there an alive calamari? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to get involved. Look at this little guy. Alright, chat, this cannot be skipped. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people in Yedlymad. I will observe you and learn. Matsya is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side. I'll never leave you behind, Matsya. Yo, I got an elephant companion. Elephant man. Let's go. So sick. Also, how is my pronunciation? I think that came up earlier. I missed Map's pronunciation of the village. I think I did quite well. What do you think? Final Fantasy X vibes are strong here, though, for sure, like, visually. I don't think I can, I don't think I've got a fishing rod. I don't think I can fish. Yes. Fish! Fish! I got fish here, fresh fish, straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth! I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now, so thanks but no thanks. You failed to make a sale. Never mind, it never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better with the next customer. Not many visit here from the other shores anymore. Hey, buy my fish. Don't talk to me about your woes. Alright, we'll try again. We'll try again. Let's set a good example for Matsya, chat. Set a good example. Alright, don't go crazy. Was it worth it? Yes. Nashreen. Alright, here we go. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some armor. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Armra, schmamra! My fresh fish is the only thing you need! I can't do it anymore. Gal failed. What do you need so many armor for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Ah! I should have gone for the other one. No! The conversation ends without a sale. The conversation doesn't have to end. Who said it ended? I was still ready to go. I can continue. I've got another thing to say. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? Guys, please tell me that that is scripted to fail. Please tell me that it's scripted for that conversation to not end with a sale. The other option surely would have done the same outcome, right? Right? Selling fish is hard. Selling fish is really difficult. And that's a lesson that Matsya will have to learn from me. The best of the best. Oh no. Matsya, we're gonna sell something, I promise. I'll sell it to Oriange. He'll buy it. Fish! Buy my fish, you stinky bastard. Bloody storehouse. Buy my fish. Azama. I was going to relate and say, hey, I know how you feel, but anyway, here's this fish. You want it? But the game said the conversation ends. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God, my stomach. Ah. Is the sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all. Food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Never mind. We just approached him at a bad time, and timing is everything, yes? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Matsya, I'm so sorry. Matsya, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I would be a bad salesperson. I'll tell you why, because fuck that. What's going on here? They're mugging this guy. These fancy armored looking characters. Why are you mugging this man? Who's pushing you back over and over? Keep trying, mate. Yes, I've just taught Matsya how not to sell fish. Folk here are rather business-minded, for want of a better word, but at least they're welcoming to foreigners. In ordinary times, this harbour must overflow with visitors from all over the world. Would that actually work, though? Can I discard the quest from the journal and do it again? It would be disingenuous to do that. I didn't sell any fish, and I have to own that. I'm a terrible fish salesman. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. See, it's still a lesson, alright? It's still a lesson. He has learned how not to talk to customers. Though you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end, but the way that you fearlessly approached strangers gave me much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example and endeavor to be fearless too. That's right, buddy. Keep on dreaming about them fish sales. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Krile soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya? Krile, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. No ships coming in and hardly any going out. There simply aren't any options. At this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The Sisters is my witness. Krile. You can't disappoint Matsya. He's the greatest elephant man to have ever lived. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. This was the sad ending, chat. Oh my god. Lazarus, there was a cute bald man on the left side of the screen. It was Matsya. Alright, chat. I actually need you to spoil this for me. Do we ever see Matsya again? Do we see him again? Is he gone forever? Was that just it? Wait, I forgot how I asked this question. Okay, we do see him again. We do see him again. Okay. Alright. I was like, if that is all that I see of him, I'm actually going to be so upset. Like, genuinely miserable upset. So, I was like, I fucked it up so bad. Couldn't even sell one fish. There you are. Gotten over the ether sickness, have you? Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telephoroi. Nice. Complete. By the way, did I touch the rock here? You mean the big boy Aetherite? Of course I did. Of course I did? Fucking of course? Like, you know me. You know that I touched the rock. You know that I touched the rock already. I'm emotionally sensitive. I failed to sell fish. And then you have to remind me to touch the rock. How many viewers do you think I lost when I accidentally pressed thanks for watching, guys? And I fake ended the stream? How many viewers do you think went, oh, he's rage quit, he's done? And then just close the stream and they'll never come back. House of Divinities. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinien. That Matsya fellow you were helping. He's a Carsadara, is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that a Carsadara would be their primary targets. So that's their name, the Carsadara. Gotcha. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Archali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. So here we go, chat. I got my wish. We might get to see Matsya again, right? But he may also get kidnapped in regards to a primal summoning. So, turns out maybe I don't actually want to see him again. Because, it could be awful. It could be terrible. Oh, look at the helmet on this guy. So the Radiant Guard. So it was a couple of Radiant Guards that were trying to get that dude sack before for some reason. I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I got no idea how to teach you to say it right. Which word am I pronouncing wrong? Akasa-dra? But I will hear it in game. Well, maybe they should put the apostrophe in there. I really like this outfit. It feels like it would be a... Whoa! My spear! It glows and makes a cool sound effect. Cool. This looks like a Dragoon fit with that helmet. Archasodera? Oh my god. Archasodra? It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. We'll get it in a cutscene. We got new music to listen to. You do not see Matsya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. It's about that time, isn't it, chat? It is, hey, remember ether currents? Fucking, you better. I see it. Oh, big evil elephants too, though. Gotcha. Holy shit. Guys, I haven't been a DPS in so long. I don't even remember how to play. I do not remember how to play. But I have defeated an elephant. So, what's the distinction between actual elephants that are enemies, like these Gajas, and and the Archasodra? Are they distant cousins? Are these corrupted Archasodras that got turned into elephant monsters? What is the difference between Goofy and Pluto? Oh, it's so true. They're both kind of dogs, right? I guess so. Morose. No, that was just Matsya putting on his getting into his elephant rage. I do not see Matsya from here either. No, leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Matsya's voice, and it came from the north. Oh god. It's crazy that we're like, hey, he might be in trouble, and oh, and he's immediately in trouble. Hey, you, get away from my boy. Tempered Imperial, eh? This would be much better if I had one of those AoE attacks. I have a Gear Skull Ghoul, but, you know, this is, that's all I got for AoE. What was perfect pronounced? The way I said Archasodras? That's what they're called, right? Archasodra. Hey, dude. We're called Archasodras. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Archasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. It is our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. They're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us. Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Archali? Wonderful. Just follow the road down west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Petition for Matsya to join the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You're hired. He can be our fish cook in the kitchen. And maybe he'll fight. We'll make him big and strong. He's already got the big part. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Thavnirian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Harnish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Archali. Damn, so I'm thinking about this, right? We're in a brand new land, which means brand new primals. We won't be facing the original versions of these primals, though, it seems, but more lunar versions of them. But I'm really excited at the concept of that, because it'd be, instead of like fighting Lunar Ifrit or Lunar whatever, what primal do I think it could be? If I was to guess, and I'm just going by established... I'm just going by established characters, not characters, but established summons that I'm aware of. Which ones haven't been used? Like, I don't think Valifor is used out of Final Fantasy X. I don't think it's ever made it out of that. Ixion? Famfrit? There's so many, though. Final Fantasy XII also has a lot of their... the Harnish Worship Doom Train. Oh my god. Yeah. There are a lot. Final Fantasy XII has a lot of those. I can't even remember what they call them in 12. No, Ramu, I'm talking about new ones. Ramu's already in Final Fantasy 14. We've already done that. Ifrit, Shiva, Ramu, Leviathan, Garuda, Bahamut. These are all ones that have already been done. Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by heirs to this storied heritage giveth them new life. Knights of the Round would not be fitting for such a region. Knights of the Round would be like we go to fucking England. We go to Final Fantasy England, which is already kind of... that's where Urianger is from. Urianger be speaking his ye old English. Wouldn't be Knights of the Round. You'd have to think about something that would fit into the location. Yeah, Knights of the Round was Thornton. Exactly. That was in Heaven's Ward. Exactly. Fucking ye old English. You had kings using Knights of the Round. That was such a cool experience. Alexander was also used. Eden has been used. A charming little village. Shame about the hideous tower. Yes, indeed. Welcome to Archali, my friend. The name means white beach. And there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Yeah, I appreciate people being cautious and not answering, by the way, chat. And also, probably, I would say doesn't need to be said, but it probably does need to be said because it happened last time, is I don't know anything about the expansion that includes raids, that includes optional content. No idea. So I did get the Shadowbringers raid boss spoiled for me while playing Shadowbringers, sadly. Because it was just very casually like, hey, you like this? I bet you can't wait for this. And I went, oh. And then I got a little bit disappointed by that, and then they proceeded to direct message me a small amount of abuse because of it. So let's just say, let's not spoil upcoming and future events. Oh my god, I love the brothers Lazarus, yes. Final Fantasy VIII summons so good. Bring Doom Train back full series. Just throw him in there. We did get Quetzalcoatl previously, so that was a Final Fantasy VIII summon, which was fun. It wasn't a Discord person, but they messaged me on Discord. So they specifically went to locate me just so they could find a way to go, you stupid ass. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is, whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. We're actually getting the fucking explanation for the difference between elephant men and elephants. Together, they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. God damn. Well, there you go. You have creatures that take on the form of beasts and creatures that take on the form of men. Luffy, I think the Omega raids were all classic Final Fantasy stuff. So I don't think it was Doom Train. The Omega raids was like stuff from Final Fantasy V and VI and stuff. I'm pretty sure about that. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Huh, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Cool. Yeah, like, genuinely, chat, I think when I play Final Fantasy Tactics, when the new one comes out in September, I think that is going to be a major turning point where after Tactics, I will then be able to do the Alliance raid in Shadowbringers. But putting Tactics in that Let's Play spot on the channel is then going to push me in the direction of being able to go and play the classic Final Fantasies after that. Oh, sorry, Stormblood Alliance raids. And then the classic Final Fantasies, and then that will just continue this trend into those Square Enix RPGs. That's what I want to be doing. I don't know how that's going to do viewership wise, and I say that because my Final Fantasy content Final Fantasy is my most special precious thing that I love so much. So much. But then I just don't know if the viewership comes in for it, sadly. I just, for some reason, just haven't been able to reach out there and grab them with some of my Final Fantasy blind content so far. I can only hope that that viewership can be there and can be strong. So you'll just have to spread the good word of the Apocalypse Final Fantasy experiences, because I know that there are Parasite Eve fans out there. I know that there's Chrono Trigger fans, Xenogears fans, Final Fantasy 1 through to 6 fans. We just got to get them. You just got to pick them up. We got to get them. What day are the new streams going to be on, Tristan? Middle of the week, we do Final Fantasy 14 in my mornings, and then on the weekend, we're doing one later at night, which is the one you're currently experiencing. And there'll be another weekend stream, usually following this one, that will be like an all-day thing. But we'll see how we go. We shall see how we go. If you're looking at Luffy's mention of Nier and Shadowbringers Alliance raids, I think it was already mentioned in a previous stream. Like someone messed up and said and associated Nier and Shadowbringers, so I think that is a collaboration in that. So I'll do that eventually too, which is pretty cool, because Nier is a Square Enix thing, so that'll be interesting. It's not Luffy's fault though. He didn't know. But someone's already mentioned it before. I'll probably do it after I finish Replicant and Automata. I would assume I would need to do both. I don't know. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While we were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Nice. Yeah, we've only done the Crystal Tower. That's the Realm Reborn Alliance thing, because it's mandatory. Haven't done Heavensward, Stormblood, or Shadowbringers ones. But they're definitely plan to do it. If there's anything I could tell you, Luffy, about like things being widely known, it's that I'm actually really good at not knowing things that I don't look into. There is usually osmosis that I get from things, but there are just so many things that I just straight up completely manage to avoid, because I was just focusing on other things. You know, I just wasn't actively searching or seeing it. Yeah, sometimes, especially in a Final Fantasy space, it is kind of fun, the things that I have managed to completely avoid. My brain was literally like MMO, nothing, blinders on. So it was just like, I paid zero attention to Final Fantasy XIV, because even though I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, I just never saw myself getting into it And it was purely because it was an MMO. And look how wrong I was. Look how wrong I was. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll, which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. Chat, am I going to be able to guess them? Show me the scroll. By all means, we should like to see it. Will I recognize these? Let's see. The Magus Sisters. The Magus Sisters. Oh my god. Yo. They're Manosya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Awesome. Let me tell you this as well, by the way. Here's a great little confession. I got another confession to make. All of that optional Final Fantasy X stuff, I haven't done it. I haven't done it. I never even fought them. I just know that they're in the game. I never once even approached Yojimbo. I never fought a single Dark Aeon in my life. I never even touched that content. I've done none of it. You know the Calm Lands where you can like fight monsters and you can do Beastmaster stuff? I don't know. I can't remember. Yeah, I didn't touch it. I didn't do it. I have played through Final Fantasy X to completion twice. The PS2 version and the PS3 version. And by completion, I say the main story. I have not done the optional content of Final Fantasy X, which can be turned into a positive. Do not panic, because it means I can do it for the first time on the channel when I do my Final Fantasy X playthrough. Think about that. Think about that. Well, here's in my defense, when I played it in Final Fantasy X on PS2, I was a boy. I was a young boy with no strategy guide and no looking up things. You know, we didn't have good internet as a kid. I was very sheltered. So I just played the game and I just did the main stuff. And I just went through it, right? Just powered on through. Because Final Fantasy X is quite a linear, just go straight through. And I love that game so much, by the way. Final Fantasy X is so special to me. And then I picked it up again when I got a PS3 and I played the HD version of Final Fantasy X. And I just went through the main story. Because I just wanted to replay that and just like to rekindle that because I played it once as a kid, played the PS3 HD version as a teenager, and I've yet to go through and do like the dedicated completionist Final Fantasy X playthrough because there's a lot of missable side content in there. There's a lot that you just can completely not see or experience. I found out about Dark Aeons and the other Aeons that you can go and encounter and like the side stuff like years later. I think I saw a YouTube video that had like a Dark Aeon thing and I went, what the fuck is that? And I was like, what? So yeah, there's a crazy element. So I know about the Mega Sisters by that osmosis. I've never even experienced them for myself. That's so funny. So I will eventually. And that is a promise. And guess what's even more fun about that, chat? is I have not played Final Fantasy X-2. I bought the HD edition that comes with it, but I still haven't touched that game yet. So we get to do a 10-2 blind playthrough. That'd be sick. I love the sphere grid so much, though. I do love it. Alright, anyway. The Mega Sisters. I got the airship, we're given a list of locations to go to, clicked on the main quest, never thought about it again. Correct. Isn't the mind of a child really, really nice? I think I did go around to some places, but I also think I was just in the story, so I just proceeded to main narrative locations. I think for a brain of a child, I was thinking, oh, these other locations that we can now go to would just be like revisiting. I didn't know if there would be new stuff there. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite Final Fantasy, along with Final Fantasy VIII. I would say Final Fantasy X is my third favorite. I'd say my top 5 is 7, 8, 10. $14. Trying not to put 7 in there twice because of 7 Rebirth. I might have to put 7 Rebirth in there as well. Instead of 12 and Tactics Advance. 7 was the first one I played as a very, very young boy. Yes, I was but a child. And 7 and 8 were my... 7, 8, and 10 were my first 3 Final Fantasy games. So a little biased, but also I think it's... even growing up and looking back on them and replaying them, they still are my favorites. I mean, here's the thing. Let me give myself a redeeming quality, right? For the stuff that I didn't do in Final Fantasy X, I have 100%ed Final Fantasy VII, and I have 100%ed Final Fantasy VIII. I did all of the optional content in 7, all of the missable stuff, everything. In Final Fantasy VIII, I grinded the shit out of that to completion by drawing everything, completing the card side quest, going to the Deep Sea Research Center, all GFs to 100. I take good care of my GFs. Defeating Ultima and Omega Weapon for the ultimate title. I did it all. Final Fantasy X, however, has not received that same blessing. But it will, and it will on the channel. I literally can't even play Final Fantasy VIII without doing everything, because it's so satisfying to do. I just said earlier, I don't know if you were here, Caster, if you've just tuned back in, but I just said I haven't played 10-2. Not yet. I will be able to do a playthrough of it on the channel. Alright. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkasodara. Waiting for someone to say that out loud. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. Estinien's gonna go, whoa! You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of the Radzatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. That's got Estinien perked up. You claimed to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sort out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Nice. House of Divinity's complete. Marpo91. What are you doing with that username? I'm going to respond with a genuine response here that, you know, sometimes my chat, they get a little bit cheeky. They get a little bit cheeky. They get a bit naughty, and they troll me, right? They troll me a little bit. They love to make fun of me at my expense, right? Sometimes they do that. So I'm going to ask if you're potentially trying to do that right now by asking me if I've played Chrono Trigger. You may have just tuned in to the stream, and if you have, I will answer the question genuinely, because I have said a few times over the course of this stream that I have not yet played it, and it's on the backlog with a bunch of other older RPGs. I will assume you're asking it genuinely. It's me, born 4 years earlier, that's right. How dare you? How dare you be born before me? I actually have thought about this caster in regards to Final Fantasy X, because I am well aware of the faces in regards to the HD re-releases, and I experienced that with the PS3 version. I'm genuinely not sure. Like, I may play the PC version of Final Fantasy X and X-2 HD, purely for the fact that it will be maybe the best or an initial way for me to experience it, at least for a let's play, to come back to it. Like, I do own it on PS2 still, but I think I will play it on PC, because then I will be able to utilize some mods. I think there are mods that even do some fixes to the facial animations. Plus I get access to being able to speed up stuff, and replaying those older Final Fantasy games, if you've played them before, being able to speed up stuff even a little bit helps so much, especially in random battles. So I think that's what I'm going to enjoy. MA and PO are your initials for your first and last name, and you're born in 91. This account is 19 years old and has never changed name. This is the first stream of yours I've ever tuned into. That's crazy! Welcome! Welcome, Marpo, to the Mopocalypse stream. I shortened my name to Marpo as well. I was born in 95. I hope you enjoy your stay, and I hope that you look forward to a Chrono Trigger playthrough as well, because I'm absolutely keen to play that. If any other of these names, what's the word that I'm looking for? If any one of these other game names tickle your fancy, I also want to play Parasite Eve, Xenogears, Final Fantasy 1 through to 6, Legend of Dragoon, even though that's not a Squaresoft game. There's a bunch of them. Vagrant Story. The only thing I know about Vagrant Story as well, by the way, is that it's set in the setting of Ivalice, apparently. But it's not a Final Fantasy game, which is just kind of crazy to me. Ivalice is one of my favorite Final Fantasy settings, because I love Tactics Advance and 12. So I'm really excited to dive into Final Fantasy Tactics when the Chronicles of Ivalice comes out in September. and then also Vagrant Story eventually. It's the future of my JRPGs is looking bright. It really is. We're doing pretty well. Not to mention, we'll also have Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 at some point. The heavily rumored and potentially leaked Final Fantasy IX Remake. And the older stuff. We've got good stuff to look forward to. In regards to my Headache Crimson, it's just 3:20 in the morning. You know what I mean? So I am feeling like going to bed. And I think an almost 4-hour long stream is a pretty good effort, because I did say at the beginning of this stream, I think that we will stream for about 4 hours. And we have kind of hit that point. So I think this is where I'm going to leave it for our first stream of Endwalker. I really do appreciate all of you that have come to join me for the first episode of a brand new expansion. This is a really cool introduction. There's a lot of that familiarity with Final Fantasy here, but a brand new region and taking our characters to learn about new things. And look at those things over there. Oh my god. Really enjoying it. The music has been exceptional. The character interactions has been great. We had a boys trip, and the little ether sickness scene was so much fun. Matsya is precious. We will head to the Great Work, apparently, to meet someone next time. So we'll be streaming in the middle of the week. Once again, I will schedule that stream, so keep an eye out for it. And I have really appreciated all of you being here and tuning in for this one. And really good chat interaction today. Probably, maybe a little bit too much of me getting distracted with this one. So I do apologize for getting a little bit off track. But we're having a good time. We were definitely having a good time. And I hope you look forward to all of the future Let's Plays to come in terms of Final Fantasy and Squaresoft and Square Enix and all of that. I think it's going to be really cool. Like, I wish I could do it all at once right now, but I can't. And, yeah, Luffy, Dirge of Cerberus remake. I actually, unironically, hope that Dirge of Cerberus gets the remaster treatment like Crisis Core did. I don't think they will. I really don't think that they will. It's such a ugly duckling of their Final Fantasy VII story. But I would love it, because that game came out at the perfect time for me. Because that came out in the mid-2000s emo era, right? And that was just me. In 2005, 2006, that time period when that game came out, it was just made for me. I was such a Vincent guy. I just loved Vincent so much. And I loved his little appearance in Advent Children. And yeah, it was just really something for me. It really was. I, yeah, absolutely loved Dirge of Cerberus. So if they did something, if they did a little something, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to it. In fact, I would be quite happy. I did do the Crisis Core reunion as a playthrough, but I don't know if I'd be able to do the Dirge of Cerberus, because it's a little bit out of order. It's just kind of, it feels really weird to not do it. It's definitely not impossible because of the deep ground mentions. You're very right. That still kind of shocks me. That still shocks me to think about. When I saw that that was included in intermission, I lost my mind, because I'm like, they're not only acknowledging it, they are showing it and putting it in. It's not just making an offhand reference to deep ground. They put characters on screen, and I just am like, huh? It's genuinely insane to me. It makes me really curious about if there will be other members of Deep Ground that show up. The Spheettes, for example. Maybe. That is just a clusterfuck of a Final Fantasy VII story. And I think that would be the way that I would love to experience it on the channel. Maybe through like a remaster, and then we'd do a live stream playthrough, because it's just, yeah, it's truly something. Really good music in there, though. Music by the legendary artist known as Gact, who then lended his likeness to the beloved Final Fantasy VII character of Genesis. Gact actually put 2 tracks in Dirge of Cerberus that I still listen to this day. Go and listen to, even if you've never played Dirge of Cerberus, or never, like, listen to Gact. Listen to Gact, G-A-C-K-T, and then Redemption. That song goes so hard. So hard. Go down that rabbit hole. Gact's Redemption is just something super cool. That's what I'll leave you with, chat, as I will now go to bed. I hope you have a good rest of your day, a good rest of your weekend, and I will see you in the middle of next week for more Final Fantasy XIV and continuing Endwalker. This has been absolutely delightful. I will see you next time.